Only 2 more weeks left. All right, good evening, everybody. I would like to call to order the August 19th meeting of the Westerly School Committee. Members present, Angela Goethals, Seth Logan, Mike Ober, myself, Tim Killam, Peter Nero, and Lori Wycall. Could everybody please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Ms. Goethals, could you read our mission statement, please?
To create an inspiring, challenging, and supportive environment where students are encouraged and assisted in reaching their highest potential.
Thank you. I will seek a motion to go into executive session for discussion and action under the items RIGL 42-46-4, superintendent job performance and employee job performance. For the record, any persons to be discussed have been so notified and have the opportunity to request a discussion be held in executive or open session.
So moved.
We have
Second.
a motion and a second. All members in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, we will be back.
Oh, Jesus. We need the restroom before we. I. Yes, please.
All right, thank you. There were no votes taken in executive session. I will seek a motion to keep the minutes of executive session confidential.
So moved.
I have a motion and a
Second.
second. Thank you. All members in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. Thank you. So that will move us into our presentations here. Our first one here is on our Westerly High School schedule. So Principal Mullen, would you like to come up and speak to our schedule, please?
So Madam Chair, while they get themselves situated, there was some questions from the committee, regards to how the schedule works, the blocks, and how kids can gain access to multiple programs, whether it's career and technical or in the arts and those kinds of things. The team is prepared to talk about that some. There are also some minor tweaks to the program of studies, just the renaming of some courses, and a couple of new inclusions in the handbook as well. And they can speak to all of that.
Okay, so I had Rose pass you out a color-coded schedule that's been, the student's name has been removed. It's just easier to work from than the scanned copy that she had submitted to you earlier. So we basically have block schedules, which means we have a blue day and a white day. Each day consists of 4 periods. Most students have 7 classes, and then they would have a win, which is a very structured time for them to complete work or to seek extra help. In addition to this schedule is that we do have some classes we call skinnies. They're actually 42 minutes long. The normal period, a regular period is 87 minutes. If you subtract 3 minutes for passing and divide that by 2, you get 42-minute classes. The reason why we did that is because it is very challenging to keep students engaged for 87 minutes in mathematics. They rail against it. It's very hard. And also the not having the class every day is a deficit to our students. So we did a lot of research on math classes and found out that they go anywhere from 27 minutes to around 50 minutes. And this was the way that we could work this out. We have seen engagement improve since we've created these skinnies, as well as our test scores have gone up as well. So on this particular one, when you look at the top vertical line, it says day terms, and then it says 1A, 1B. Every period is called 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, or 4A, 4B, because an A would be a skinny class. So an A and a B together are two skinnies together. If the class takes up both the A and the B, as it does in this pre-world history class, that is the 87-minute block. It's taking up both periods. It's not a skinny. Okay. And then the schedule, if you look at her blue day, the student's blue day, their first period is pre-AP world history. The second period is physical science, which is an 87-minute block. Then you see 3A alone is geometry. That's a 42-minute class. And that pairs up very nicely with our Spanish, our world languages are also skinnies. And that's because that is also a rote type memory course that you need to see that subject every day. So in all cases, we try to marry those two classes together to equal a regular 87-minute block. These are usually for the first 3 years, or our math classes are just for the first 3 years. Once you get into pre-calc, calculus, any of the AP classes, they go back to regular 87-minute classes. All this world language 1s and 2s are 87 minutes. When you hit a world language 3, 4, and AP, they're 87 minutes. Then the last period of the day, which is a 4AB, that's a regular 87-minute period. This student has English. And then it lists an advisory. We have an advisory every Wednesday from 10:10 to 10:30. No, I'm 10:40, 10:10 to 10:40. It's a 30-minute period. Students are in the same advisory with their peers, their same grade level, and they're in that same advisory for 4 years in a row so they can build a relationship with that teacher. That teacher's kind of their go-to trusted adult. It doesn't have to be, but we're trying to encourage that. So then on this student, on their white day, they would have band, then they have intro to Cosmo, and then they have their geometry and Spanish again, because they see those every day for 42 minutes. And then they have a win. And for semester 1, you'll see how it's 2 different colors in the period 4AB on the white day. That's because that semester 1 is the win and semester 2 is the PE. Students have to take 1 PE class every single, 1 semester of PE every year for 4 years. So some of the challenges that we run into in scheduling is, as you know, our student population is declining, and we need to have a minimum of 15 students in a class in order to run the class. So if we offer a really specialty class, let's say the study of NASA rockets, and I only have 5 students in there, then I don't run it. Some classes we'll run every other year because we think we can garner more interest in them. And it doesn't really matter if they're in 10th grade or 11th grade or 12th grade, they can still take that class. But kind of what happens as you start getting to junior and senior classes is the kids have so many electives to choose from, it dilutes the number of kids that can actually get into the class. And if we do run it with our 15 or up to 25, 28 students, we may only have 1 period. Well, we actually have a lot of classes and we only offer 1 period. And so if they want to take, let's just say, for example, if they want to take calculus AP and Italian AP are running at the same time, they have to choose. So we realize that's a struggle for our students. So we offer them other opportunities. They can take it as one of those classes as a VHS class. So that's a virtual high school. It's an online school that they can choose. We also have dual enrollment or early enrollment programs where they can go through some of the colleges to take classes too. But it is still, a very difficult choice, especially for our CTE students, because a lot of the CTE classes, as they get more advanced, become multiple blocks. So construction is 2 blocks. The cosmetology class is 3 blocks their senior year. That's a lot of time. And if they want to take a number of AP classes, they're going to have conflicts with that because there's just no way we can place all the classes where the maximum number of students can take them. So it's a real juggling act for the students to decide what their priorities are when they start high school, especially if they start with a CTE program and they invest all their time and energy into it. And then about halfway through, they decide, wow, I really would like to be taking a lot of AP classes, or I'd like to take these other electives, and I just can't fit it in my schedule. They just have to decide a priority. We can't do everything. Are there any questions so far? I know I'm talking fast and a lot, so I want to be sure and take any questions as we go along.
Thank you so much for being here and for explaining this. It's really delicate choreography. And so I respect everything that you guys do to make this work for our kids every day. I had a question about, is advisory academic primarily? Is it everything? I'm wondering for incoming freshmen, for example, who are contemplating either a CTE or a, a different focus, what kind of guidance there is along the way as they're trying to make these decisions?
So advisory is not the place we do that. We have a class called WHS 101, and that's where we introduce our freshmen to all things high school. And we do, unfortunately, we try to get a lot in there. It's getting very crowded right now. So we want to start AI literacy. We also have Khan Academy, where we're starting to get them involved in that program to help with SAT scores. We have CTE teachers come in and talk about those programs. We also have pathways, which are different from CTE programs. So those are more like concentrations. If you wanted to take a minor in college, you can have a pathway in high school. It's like a minor. So we have people go and talk to them about that as well, and also tell them all of the caveats and important things of high school, like grade point starts day one. There's a lot of freshmen who are under the impression freshman year is a practice year, and it's not. And we try to tell them those things. And we also tell them about all the clubs and different activities and things that they can get involved in. So that happens in WHS 101. Advisory, we made a small change to it this year, and I'll explain that. Advisory is really a time for this advisory and those kids to form relationships and bonds. And we do give them things. Every Wednesday morning, I send out a study tip of the week, and it's usually a video, 5 minutes of less, on how to improve your study habits. My goal, or my ask, is that the teachers show that during advisory, and then they can all talk about it. In the past, we've also used that time to kind of get other school business done that we didn't know where else to do. Like we might have a grade meeting, like the ninth graders all go and meet with their assistant principal to hear some information, or we would do some testing, or we would do, last year we used it a lot for test prep for the SAT that was coming on. And what the feedback we got from our teachers was, you're taking that really precious time away from us when we could be bonding with our students, creating relationships, especially helping struggling students have a better high school experience. So this year we decided that if we're going to steal any of that time to do the things we need to do for school business, we're going to do it on a Tuesday. We're still going to have the advisory schedule, and we'll use that 30 minutes to do our school business and really leave that Wednesday advisory period alone so that they can build those relationships. Did I answer your question? Okay.
And so Kelly, this is in effect for this year, this is for
Yeah.
next week. So, but you've already gone through the conflicts with kids and everything. They've already picked their schedules, correct?
Yes,
So really, you've worked it all out. So the best way you possibly.
we did, but
Yeah.
they're
By the way, all three look ready for the school year. Yeah.
very rested and relaxed, right?
See me in 2 weeks.
Yes, yes. There will be students who are going to want to make schedule changes. We've really asked them to give us 2 weeks. First of all, a lot of them want to change because they want to be with their friends. That's not the right reason to change. But and we've sent information out via email, through the newspapers, through welcome letters, through lots of places. If your schedule is not meeting the graduation requirements that you need, or if you don't have the prerequisite that you need to be in that class, please let your guidance counselor know immediately, and we will try to get that changed before school starts or within the first week. But just to change because you want to change because, oh my gosh, I don't think I want to do that anymore. Give us 2 weeks. because it's probably going to be better than you think anyway. So, Dr. Garzar, I guess our question is, the other topics were kind of later in the agenda. Did you want us to cover them now or wait till our turn later in the agenda?
If the committee's okay with it and they can get everything done now, I'd prefer that so they can be on their way.
I'll make a motion to move, which one is it? It's the 12A, please, up to the
And the handbook, those were the other two
12A,
things.
please.
We have a motion.
So moved.
We have a second. All members in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. go
Okay,
ahead.
so I'm going to have Kevin address it because it's a CTE issue with our aeronautical class and the drone class that we have.
Okay, so, like sometimes there's a good news, bad news situation. This is not that. This is a good news, good news, good news situation. We did apply for our aviation program to be a CTE, ride approved CT program. It was the standard which all programs have to follow by state was approved in March of 2026. So that's great. We have run 3 consecutive classes, 3 sequential classes in the 3 years leading up to it. But one of those when the standard was passed, it leaves us with enough, it's vague enough, but one of our courses was pretty specific. So what we looked at in conjunction with Lincoln High School, who's our partner, if you guys remember, we did the CTE for All grant 2 years ago, and we got almost $300,000. Each of us got almost $300,000 to do the program. And our industry partners, we have really involved industry partners, both Lincoln and Westerly and Warwick as well too, wanted to do some sequence change. So it's a change in sequence. The curriculum is still the AOPA curriculum. It's just the first class will be dealing primarily with drones, which is UAS, Unmanned Aircraft Systems, Foundations, and Operations. And then the 2 and 3 would still be the same as they were. So I can tell you what they are or what they're not. Some of the bonuses, and I'm not saying like positive, some of the bonuses of having that drone class first, that foundation drone class, is that it sets kids up to be able to be certified as drone pilots. The age limit there isn't for that. Whereas the pilot license, which comes later, they still may not be able to get their pilot license while they're in high school, but when they turn, it's like cosmetology. They take, or medical careers as well. They take the test afterwards. They're prepared for it. But it literally is just a sequence change. So it's more of an amendment than a change, but we wanted to be forthright and upfront with everybody. And it is what's best for the kids from the education standpoint and the industry standpoint as well, vetted by our industry partners. Sorry. And
Change to the program of study.
and the program of studies, as you guys know, we put that in way before March. So that's what necessitated this. Should have added that at the beginning.
We just have to have, so I just need a motion to approve the program of studies amendment.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All members in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that will pass. Then I think the next one would be the student handbook changes.
Before we did the handbook changes, I just wanted to announce one thing. On August 11th and 12th, we had a 9th grade transition jumpstart program at the high school. It ran from 9 to noon. And last year we did the program and we had 20 students sign up and it wasn't as successful as I had liked. So we revamped the whole program. And this year we had 75 students sign up. We had 60 attend. And we had about 12 to 15 staff on hand to help us run the program with them. And it was very, very successful. The students were thrilled. They said, you should have this every year. The teacher said we should have this every year. And it really helped them to reduce a lot of anxiety and just feel much better about coming to the high school. So I just wanted to let you know, it was a really, really successful program. And I hope that's something we can continue. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, everybody.
So just to review the changes to the handbook, in case you have any questions, there was not a change to the community service hours requirement. We just added if students have not completed at least 20 of them at the start of their senior year, that we're gonna hold the reins a little tighter on them to make sure we're not chasing them in May and June, which happened this past year because we didn't want community service hours to be the reason the student doesn't cross the stage. So now that's outlined in the handbook. The senior exhibition changes are just in line with the senior capstone projects that came with the new secondary regulations for the class of 2028. So it's all the same verbiage as a senior project, just aligns with the new secondary graduation requirements. And we added the new electronic devices policy to the handbook to align with the school committee policy. And also, I think we added the new PBIS verbiage that the PBIS committee came up with this summer. And we also added to our handbook that any student who owes a detention of any kind will not be eligible for any after-school activity, athletic event, or performance. That is just to be more consistent. We have some individual teams that already follow that rule, and the coaches will hold them accountable and not allow them to come to practice or their game if they owe a detention for being tardy, for a behavior infraction, whatever it may be. This just makes it more consistent across all athletic teams, the stage dogs, activities, clubs, band, chorus, whatever it may be. I think those are all the changes, correct?
Anybody have any questions on this? Go ahead, Lori.
Thank you, everyone, for your presentations. John, I just had a question about the change under behavior expectations. Can you speak a little more to why the change in the wording? It's just, is it like who?
With the PBIS
Yeah.
committee. So it was just to be more consistent across grade levels, and Mr. Marone would have more information too, I think, for the PBIS committee. I'm gonna speak on behalf, but I wasn't like really part of it. I was a part of it. So it's more consistent to align with everyone being a bulldog, having clear language from K to 12. It's all the same stuff. It's just consistent language, K-12, to have that bulldog mentality.
And in all honesty, our expectations at the high school are exactly the same. It's just worded a little bit differently. And, you know, it aligns up with the acronym PAWS and PAWS. And so we want it to be a single message, but our expectations at the high school are still the same.
Thank you.
The 20 hours, let me see here. They do not have 30 hours of community service completed by the end of semester one, their senior year. They were required to stay after school during the midterm exams. Does that not create an issue with education?
So right now, it's when students finish their 2 exams during exam week in the morning, they are excused for the afternoon in the hopes that they're going to study for their exams for the next day. So they take their exams and then they go home in the afternoon to prepare for the next day's exam. So some students who may owe detentions from the previous semester will stay. It's still school hours. We would just give them the opportunity to do community service within the school day if they haven't met that requirement, because the community service is a graduation requirement.
You don't think that'll take away from them studying for exams?
It may. This is really a small population of students. A lot of the students have their community service hours done in bulk at like freshman or sophomore year. These are students who are behind the 8 ball in terms of meeting graduation requirements. And we're just trying to give them a shot.
Potentially in jeopardy of not walking across the
Right.
stage.
And
We'd rather do it in January than May, June.
so that was the thought process behind it.
I don't know if there's an easy answer to this. It's simply something to bring up as a possible place where more robust language might be a good idea. I was just looking at the students are not expected to spend money in order to complete their capstone or their senior project. If they do spend money, they cover that cost themselves. I was just wondering if there's a student A who has the money to spend on their senior project and student B doesn't. I know it's not a requirement that they spend money, but is there possibly some inequity there as far as what resources are available to one student and not to another? Or have you ever encountered issues there?
Well, we've encountered issues in other areas, not in that, because the capstones kind of is a new thing for us. But in everything that we've ever done, if a student has financial issues and they want or need something, they can come and we will find a way to help them out. In terms of even a uniform that's an elective part of the uniform that they need, or any area of extracurricular where they need support and help, we will always find a way. We have monies to help them if we need to. And we make the kids aware. The kids are aware of that.
Right. So then I will seek a motion to accept the changes presented for the 2026-2027 student handbook.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all members in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that will pass as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that will take us to our next presentation, which we have our Westerly Middle School schedule here.
So likewise, there were some questions about the block schedule at the middle school. And we have the opportunity to say hello to the new principal of the middle school, Ms. Samataro, who's going to do a terrific job and has been working very hard all summer and is ready to rock and roll.
Thank you for having me. So as Dr. Garceau just mentioned, the entire summer has been building the schedule. From a lot of feedback from the faculty, curriculum decisions at the district level. This was the priority in terms of building a master schedules to support students having access to core curriculum as well as interventions as well as electives. So what you have in front of you shows you the different grade levels because middle school mainly runs on a grade level schedule. And so in the 5th grade, it outlines the components of the ELA curriculum that provides them tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 access in literacy during second block. Then they have special, access to electives and PE. Then they have a recess lunch block. And then they have their core math block as well, which requires that 60-minute and 20-minute small group. We are bringing back a more formal science block for them because we're implementing a high quality curriculum in all 4 grades at the middle school. And then they have an opportunity to get math support at the end of the day. And so the grade 5 and I will definitely be working on making sure we build in as much movement breaks as possible in addition to PE and elective times and them transitioning to classes because I know that's important with those long periods, learning periods. In grade 6, 7, and 8, it's pretty much reflects the same pattern in terms of what we used to have was a win block and where, what do I need to do during that block? And what it did last year, unfortunately, was kind of deteriorate the team model. And so not all teachers were available to students who needed support in whatever subject area that they may have needed. So that became kind of the central point of creating the entire schedule around that. So every student on every team has access to their team every single day. And so they all have a team block. That team block also services if they need to have, in addition to intervention or their resource period as well. But they all have access to their tier 1 teachers every single day, as well as their core teachers. The core classes, they have a special 6th grade will still be running recess. And then 7th and 8th grade, again, course, specials, and a team time.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions on the schedule? Comments? No? Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And I believe our handbook, we really just made some like phrasing changes, edits, nothing big, but as Mr. Carnell talked about, we too are obviously adopting the PBIS framework and structure. We didn't call it out specifically in the handbook yet. It was something I'd like to introduce to my staff first before I put it in the handbook, but all the language is aligned to what we're doing. Again, it's not about changing our expectations. It's really just about all giving the same message. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so that will take us to our next presentation, which is on the electric bus grant information, and Scott is here to talk about that.
Good evening. Thanks for having me again. So hopefully to make this as simple as possible, I just wanted to bring this up as soon as possible, getting prepared for the next budget cycle, that the DEER grant from Rhode Island is open for getting more EV buses. However, I wanted to make the recommendation that we do not pursue that at this time, based on our staffing levels and the infrastructure throughout the state doesn't allow us to use these for trips. With some of the changes that we're doing this year with routing, we have 7 electric buses out of 12 in town. So at the end of the day, when these are going to go out for trips, it makes it difficult to switch out buses with other, we have to have the available drivers to get those buses out to them. Or what we have been doing right now is we'll hold the electric bus back and use the gas bus for the afternoon run. Or we'll have drivers switch buses before they go out on their afternoon run.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions or comments? No? We do appreciate, go ahead. Yeah.
I also, just to add, I appreciate your information and your advice on this. I also, it was a topic of discussion at the planning board meeting, and there still are a lot of questions surrounding the bus depot. So in addition to the reasons that Mr. Fresbo just gave us about why we should hold off, I think we really need to wait until the planning board and the town council and whatever figure out what's happening with the bus depot before we make any commitments on things, purchases, or anything else.
Yeah, I know I'm Mr. School Bus, but I guess what Scott is saying is really a concern that I brought up when we talked about this before was we have hit that point where we're limiting ourselves to being able to do field trips and stuff because of these, and putting the brakes on this is a good idea. So, and I agree with Lori, like, we have no idea if we're gonna be told the bus depot has to move, like, just let's leave well enough alone right now.
Yeah, and our charging infrastructure at the yard, we have 8 chargers, we have 7 buses. So it leaves us with at least a spare charger like we do with spare buses. But at this point then, going into this year, we're gonna be at over 50% of our in-town is using the EV buses and not petroleum.
Like, thank you so much. This is good information for us to have. So we appreciate it, Scott. Thank you. All right, so that brings us to our first open forum this evening, and this one is limited to school committee agenda items only. During this open forum, speakers are given 5 minutes to speak. Is there anybody who wishes to address the committee?
Thank you. I can get out of here early because my question was already answered. Dylan LaPetra, 51 Clark Street. I'm very happy to hear that you guys are putting, I came here about item 6C about the electric bus grant. I'm very happy to see that you guys won't be going forward and buying any more EV buses. I also went to the planning board meeting last night and spoke there as well. They did get the report back from the paid consultant. A lot of recommendations in there. All of them going to cost us money. All of them could have been avoided with if we weren't buying so many EV buses. And I know that I'm just going to tell you, the planning board to a man, all 7 of them recommended that we take the EV buses off the wellhead protection zone, which is going to cost us a lot of money to move that. It's all, and out of those 7 people, 2 of them are firefighters, James Nicholas and Morris Devine. And you hear stories about if rare but catastrophic event, if they were to catch fire, we're talking hundreds of thousands of gallons of water, lead, cobalt, lithium. I mean, just periodic table elements that will never break down. They're gonna be in our drinking water. It's gonna be an issue just because we have 7 of them, what we're gonna do with those now. But what I suggested, they're supposed to report right back to the town council. And my suggestion to the planning board was, please talk to you guys first. I mean, this is where all three bodies have to get together. I'd love to get on the same page, decide what is the future for EV buses, and then we're gonna have to figure out what the future of, where we're gonna park them. There was some talk about splitting the fleet between, some places, the EV buses being parked, some places gasoline's, others. It just seems like a lot of headache. I would love to see them go and have a meeting with you first, a real meeting, and, give them all their, apprehensions to you guys, and then come to talk to us. So that's all. And I like this guy's recommendation that we hold off in the meantime. So I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Go ahead.
All right. My name is Tony. I'm from Pawtucket. If you couldn't tell, I'm wearing a Protect Trans Kids shirt, and I am going to be referring to specifically 12D. We got wind of this not too long ago, and as you can see, as I look out on the audience, there is quite a few trans people here. The main thing that I want to ask of the committee is to really consider why we're even asking in the first place. I consider just the act of asking as inherently wrong. To ask for guidance from the Attorney General, it already signals what the school committee inherently is trying to do, which is to enforce a SCOTUS ruling that basically says you can discriminate, but part of Westerly's school code is that we don't discriminate. I think that it is inherently important to protect the most vulnerable of our community, and unfortunately, there are some people who wish to hurt and to exclude and to make a lot of us feel unwanted and unsafe. There's kind of a running gag within all of the friends I have here of most of us don't even like sports. Most of us are actually really bad at it, but I do have to wonder how many kids in your school system are trans? And then from that number there, how many are in sports itself? Kind of seems like, to me, no matter what that number is, we shouldn't be asking at all. I know I have 5 minutes, but I will make this as brief as possible. Oftentimes, the people who are most at risk are the ones who are not in the discussion. We had a school committee meeting that we went to in Cumberland where anti-trans legislation was the big topic. And I said to them, and as I look onto this school board now, even though I don't have my glasses on, it doesn't look like there are any trans people here to make this decision. So please consider the decision to ask as inherently harmful. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? And if I could just ask, I know people want to cheer, but we just want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak. So if we could hold those, thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Lancaster. I was born and raised in Rhode Island. I'm a veteran of the United States Army, a retired federal employee, and a mother who raised a son here in Little Rhodey. I am also a proud member of the LGBTQ+ community. I've spent a lot of time here in Westerly, not only because you all have the best waves, but also because I have friends that have lived here all my life. Tonight, I am here to lend my voice to protect trans students. The SCOTUS decision to allow states to ban trans athletes is not only an attack on trans athletes and the trans community, but it is an attack on all girls and women specifically. The city of Westerly, as well as the state of Rhode Island, have an opportunity to stand with the trans community by protecting Title IX. The issue at hand is who is behind all of the attacks on these vulnerable communities and why. In Rhode Island, the connection is Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation, Moms for Liberty, and the League of Rhode Island Business. This evening, a member of your committee took a photo of me upon arrival and communicated it with a member of the LORIB. So I'd like to know what's really going on there. We should all be able to agree that as community members, we have a responsibility to protect the children who live here. From what I understand, the policy that is in place now has been working. Why change it? Cumberland High School recently had the same conversation and came to the conclusion that what they have is working. Why allow the outside forces with a clear agenda to disrupt what the community has built? Trans students should feel just as protected and supported in their schools and throughout their communities. The Heritage Foundation, Moms for Liberty, and the League of Rhode Island Businesses are all connected. They have a Christian, white nationalist, fascist agenda. They don't care about the safety of all children, only their children. They don't care about science or research that defies their nonsensical beliefs. What they do care about is pushing an agenda across the country that promotes disinformation and division and puts children at risk. They are an extension of a fascist regime that seeks to control what we do with our bodies and to limit our freedom of expression. They hide behind a facade of seek to protect when control is what they seek. After all, people who truly want to protect children surely wouldn't support an adjudicated rapist and accused pedophile as president, right? We will not allow them to eliminate a population of people, and we will not allow them to attack a minority group who just want to live and thrive like everyone else. We should be supporting and protecting students. Full stop. Like, full stop. I don't know what's going on in our country right now. We must protect students by rejecting hatred and fear while accepting love and understanding. Don't burn the bridges. You all have an opportunity to keep the policy you have and to keep the children safe. Thank you.
The next person.
Good evening. My name's Rowan Hayes. I'm here tonight with the Women's Project, though I wear many hats. I co-founded and co-lead Indivisible Metro, run social media for Metro, Indivisible Rhode Island, and No Kings, and I volunteer for Planned Parenthood Rhode Island. When I gave this testimony in Cumberland last month, I was also still working 24 hours a week paid at my engineering job. Tonight, I'm no longer working any paid jobs because I'm on medical leave to attend a virtual PTSD program offered from Rhode Island Hospital. To say I'm not doing well mentally right now would be an understatement. And I'm still here because apparently this is what it takes to get school committees to leave kids alone in this state. I'd also like to quickly insert something in from calling a class block in high school a skinny. That is shorter than the other blocks and like physically smaller on a schedule. Like when in high school when eating disorders start is wild to me. The fact that that term made it in front of the committee and that no one commented on that. Anyways, that thing on this agenda tonight requires you to be here, by the way. After doing my first exposure session today, instead of taking a nap like it's recommended, I read through the entirety of West Virginia versus BPJ. Not sure where the disconnect is, but what I gathered from it was it says that states and schools may separate athletics by sex if they choose to. Choose, a verb, as in a woman has a right to choose whether she will have an abortion or not. Choose is the word that matters. You are not compelled. You are not being sued. Nobody forced this on tonight's agenda. Item 12D is this committee volunteering to ask the AG how to interpret a ruling that already leaves you free to do literally nothing at all. I don't see a complaint. I don't see an incident, parent, lawsuit. What I see is this committee intentionally inviting a fight that literally no one brought to your door. Have you thought about the kids who will be most impacted by this? They aren't abstract. They're probably sitting in this room or waiting to see what the school committee decides about whether they can be on a team with their friends or not. You literally, legally, whatever, do not need to answer this question tonight. You could let it sit. You could decide Westerly doesn't even need an opinion from the AG. I gave up a nap after a trauma therapy session to stand here and tell you that. Everyone here is giving up something today to be here because we all think it's so important. The least this committee can do is to give up the appetite for a fight literally no one asked you to pick. Don't send the letter. Let 12D die on this agenda tonight, unopened. That's the choice in front of you. Make it.
Thank you. And the next person, please.
Hello, my name is Anna. I'm transgender, and I remember when I was a kid, I was on a similar school board meeting when they were talking about getting rid of my local LGBT club. And I imagine that there's a lot of young trans students who are feeling similar to that right now. I think the idea of gender-based segregation in sports is absurd, as with a lot of the ideals that are propagated within school itself. But the idea of singling out a small group of people to try to force them into a way of performing that isn't really beneficial to them and makes them feel incredibly uncomfortable just seems wrong. So I think you should stop it. I don't have any specific thing to say or laws to cite, but it seems really, really messed up what you're doing. That's it.
Thank you. And the next person.
Hi, my name is Phoenix. I am a Providence resident and I'm a trans woman. When I was in high school, I ran cross country. Before I started transitioning, I was varsity on the team. And during COVID, there was some issues with being able to do that. And I really wanted to come back, but also during COVID, I realized I was a woman. I had started running for that varsity team and I would become the top of the team as the person above me had gotten injured. In Colorado, it's very, very competitive. So I would have been able to, if I had stayed with that, been able to stay with that, get scholarships. I would have been able to, I would have been in a really good position to live my life if I had been able to continue with that. But instead what happened is I didn't know where to go. I didn't know that I would be able to feel comfortable or safe anywhere. And that was at a place where there wasn't even a policy on this yet. They hadn't decided that they were going to discriminate or not discriminate. This is unacceptable. I have no idea why you feel the need to do this. Looking at what the actual decision says, it's very clear that it's just saying states have the right to make a decision on this. And the state of Rhode Island has decided that this is unconstitutional and unacceptable by ballot measure. This is not a thing that is even up for discussion. When you ask the attorney general, what you're going to get is you're going to get a letter that says, no, that's unconstitutional and not allowed. Your insistence on discriminating against trans children for wanting to live the same life as everybody else is ridiculous. I can't imagine what the motivation is. I would also say that, as has been brought up before, that the attacks on us are not just attacks on us. What it is it's pushing back the line of progress. It's making it so that it's acceptable finally. You know, they've already started targeting gay marriage and homosexual relations again. They're already doing ethnic cleansings in this country and building mass camps that they're funding private prisons with billions of dollars for to put us all in. First they came for the Jews, first they came for the whatever, next they're coming for you, is the point.
Good evening. My name is Bill Flug. I'm a retired Methodist minister. I'm also a cancer patient. I expect that my life will last about 5 or 6 more years. I'm here because I'm the very proud father of a trans son. And what I discover, the more I enter into conversation with other people, is that many people who are criticizing, excluding, stigmatizing trans people have never met one, don't know one, to their knowledge. So I want to talk with you for just less than these 5 minutes about what, if my son's experience is typical, what trans people go through. My son was born 40 years ago in a culture that in one sense was worse than ours because it was impossible to talk about being transgender. Sadly, in a different way, it was better because there was not anything like the level of vitriol, bigotry, hatred, and violence directed at trans people as there is from some quarters today. But in his situation, feeling a need to remain silent, even to us, to my wife and to me. And let me just share with you that my deepest regret in terms of my life with my son is that I wish he had been able to tell us as early as he had words, because we would have cared for him and loved him no differently even then. But after he came out to me, what he shared with me was harrowing. He shared with me a sense of physical revulsion about his own body. He shared with me a desire to not live any longer if there was no opportunity to change what his life was going to be like. He shared with me emotional distress that just literally went off the scale, and spiritual despair that just saddened me to hear. I'm delighted to tell you that with our love, with the acceptance of other people, and with his own hard work, he is today the most remarkable young man I've ever known. He is today a compassionate, loving, principled, decent young man, and I could not be prouder to be his father. I hope that as you consider your agenda item tonight, you will think about how important it is for people going through this to not be confronted with anything that suggests that they don't belong, that they're not enough, that they're not equal, that they don't matter. Because these people put under duress have a suicide rate that is harrowing. Don't be part of that. Don't be part of adding to the burden that they already bear just because they are who they are. Don't be part of that. You don't have to do this. I pray to God that you don't do this. Thank you for letting me speak with you tonight. And I pray that you'll act in wisdom and in compassion. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ophelia Ravinia. I am a licensed clinical social worker, a wife, and a mother. I am speaking here in regards to item 12D. By simply bringing this up, you are sending a message to LGBTQ young people within Westerly. You are telling them that they do not belong, that their existence is up for debate. We are talking about a population of young people who have, as was stated before, a harrowingly high suicide rate. And part of what brings that about is discrimination. And as a licensed clinical social worker, I have done ample research on this. It is abundantly clear that when we accept our trans young people for who they are, that those mental health disparities vanish. I encourage you to embrace the young people of this town for who they are and to reject the changes to the sports rules. As others have stated before, the recent Supreme Court decision states that while you can discriminate, it does not mandate that you must discriminate. And as Rhode Islanders, we need to do better. It is in our history. We started as a state of folks who were rejected from other areas. And we need to embrace that. Additionally, we're talking about school sports. In school sports, what are our young people learning? They're learning good sportsmanship, and they're building bonds with their peers. They're engaging with their school community. And again, I encourage you to keep the rules as they are and to support the young people of this town and embrace them for who they are. Thank you.
My name is Iggy, and I'm a trans woman. I'm speaking here today on behalf of a subgroup of the Providence General Assembly. We're called Trans Unity and Resistance. We created our group out of the recognition of the coordinated attacks on trans people's ability to exist and be ourselves. We look to create a safe space where trans people and our accomplices can come together and defend trans people's bodily autonomy and access to the necessities of life and strive to build a better, freer world. I'm a trans woman, but to be more specific, I'm what's referred to as a trans elder. That means that I'm not just old, but I'm old for a trans person. The average trans person lives to be just 35 years old. That's due to many factors. Trans individuals commit suicide at a much higher rate than cis people. 40% of trans people have attempted suicide, where only 10% of cis people have. Trans people attempt suicide at such a high rate because life as a trans person is that much more dangerous and scary. Trans people are 4 times more likely to be a victim of a violent crime than cis people, which is another reason why, on average, we die before we reach the age of 35. I say all this not to be dramatic, but to highlight the fact that trans individuals have an impossibly difficult life ahead of them. Our current pedophilic fascist administration is hell-bent on erasing trans people from existence, stripping us of basic human rights, making it nearly impossible for us to exist, let alone thrive. We are constantly in their crosshairs, whether it be from hateful, bigoted statements from Trump and his pedophile protectors, or through binding legislation that aims to dehumanize us. Trans people are constantly being vilified and scapegoated by the current fascist regime to distract from the never-ending barrage of atrocities being committed. Trump raping children and covering up the Epstein files. The genocides we're committing alongside Israel and Palestine, along with a growing number of other genocides in the region due to the Greater Israeli Expansion Project. Starving the people of Cuba, ICE terrorists kidnapping and murdering our community members, whatever you want to even call the absurd imperialist power grab in Iran, etc., etc. Today, after 8 hours of lugging around a 30-foot ladder and climbing up roofs and attics, driving across New England, I had to drive all the way to the end of the earth here in Westerly, from the other side of the state. Because all the pain and suffering that trans people go through that I alluded to isn't enough, and y'all want to entertain the idea of further harming and discriminating against trans kids. You claim this is about protecting kids, but all you're protecting are cis people's feelings because they can't accept that their ancient views on gender are wrong. Your current policy is in compliance with the Supreme Court's ruling, so this meeting isn't even necessary, but y'all take every opportunity you can to try and dehumanize trans kids. For context, I also have kids who play sports. They live in a town that doesn't try and erase trans kids, and they play sports along trans kids. You never know it, though, because no one talks about it because it's not a real issue. Transphobic rule proposals are being added to school committee agendas across the state, thanks to Christian nationalist hate groups such as Moms for Liberty. They advocate against school curricula that mention LGBTQ rights, race and ethnicity, or discrimination. That's the reason why towns like Westerly, who barely have any trans residents, are constantly voting on policy changes regarding trans kids, creating a huge fuss about issues that don't even exist, simply to push their anti-LGBTQ and discriminatory agenda on everyone. I went to the school committee's website to look up their mission statement and info about them, but the link doesn't even work. So that's one issue that's more pressing that you could be addressing, a dysfunctional website. The mission of Westerly Public Schools is to create an inspiring, challenging, and supportive environment where students are encouraged and assisted in reaching their highest potential. Please tell me, how would keeping a trans kids off a sports team encourage or assist them in reaching their highest potential? How does that inspire them? That's not a supportive environment, it's a hostile one. Unfortunately, though, some members of this committee are committed to creating a hostile environment for trans kids. Lori Wycall doesn't believe that trans kids exist. She thinks we're pretending. She supports a child-raping president, as well as Vic Meller, who aligns himself with corrupt, morally and financially bankrupt insurrectionist and sexual predator Rudy Giuliani. She's been liking his Facebook posts for weeks. She went to one of their events, posted about it on Facebook, and even supported a ceremony in remembrance of bigoted influencer Charlie Kirk, whose pronouns are was-were, who believed the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. How does having someone who supports such cruelty help achieve the school's mission statement? How can someone with so much hate in their heart be responsible for protecting trans kids? They can't. At the end of the day, trans individuals, especially the kids that play sports, aren't who you need to be worried about. It's bigoted pedophile protecting monsters like Lori Wycall. You don't get to pick and choose which kids you protect and keep safe. You're responsible for all of them, even the trans ones. Do your job and protect trans kids from discrimination and harm. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cassie. I am originally from Ohio, but I've been in Providence about 10 years. I am a trans man, and I'm terrified to out myself in public to protect other children because no one did it for me. I started to come out at 38. You can imagine how much fun that is, that I spent my whole life hating everything about myself and not having any idea why. That I could never be a good woman, a good girl, good at anything, because I was always doing it wrong because I'm not supposed to do it. I'm not a girl. I know I look like a girl. I know I sound like a girl, but I'm not a girl. And honestly, my life would be very different if anyone had said, hey, that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to be a girl. It took me 38 years to get to the point where I felt comfortable being a non-gender conforming woman, that I could encourage other women to be strong and powerful and do sports, because hell, we all know that Title IX has not been around very long. Women have not been in sports very long. And we know women are only segregated in sports because men can't handle when women beat them. Children should be in sports. It's good for all of us. Girls need to be in sports, especially because it keeps you from having eating disorders and other terrible things. We all know this. This isn't anything fancy and fun. But let me tell you what it is like, because I know you guys don't know this. Do you know what it's like to socially transition as an adult when you should have done it as a child? To finally have someone say a thing to you that makes you feel good inside when you never felt good before. I don't know how to explain that to you because I spent my whole life feeling terrible. And the second someone said, you boy, come here, I was like, wait a minute, hang on. That sounds weird and you're all gonna think it's strange, but to be acknowledged as who you are when no one else will do it is very powerful. When you tell those children that, yeah, you can be a boy, you can do whatever you want. That is very powerful. You do save their lives. I've spent my whole life wanting to die, thinking about how to kill myself because I did not see any way out, because there was no way out. What way out can there be? I didn't know I could be a man. I didn't know I could be a boy. I didn't know I could do anything other than suffer. And that's what I did. I suffered greatly. I strapped myself in. I wore high heels. I shaved my legs. I did everything. I did everything they told me to do, and I couldn't do it right. And it was wrong. And it hurt all the time. And there are no words for that. There were no words for that. There was no one to look at me and say, you don't have to do that. That's okay. Because every time I step out of that box, someone shoves me back in. And we pretend that we live in a modern world where that doesn't happen, but we know that's a lie. There are people that judge us for the way we dress every day. And what does that do to anyone else? Nothing. Does nothing how I dress. Nothing at all. Does nothing how I identify at all. Had I felt comfortable as a boy, as a human, that's what you guys are not remembering. By denying us who we are, we don't feel like people. We don't get to be the people we are. I felt lost by my church, by everyone. I was told I was an abomination for my whole life. How could I be anything good? How can I achieve anything good if I can't love myself? Because no one can see me and love me. I have been waiting my whole life to feel good about myself. And I have finally started doing that because I have socially transitioned at home and I began to socially transition at work. People use the correct pronouns and it, it makes my day. It lights me up. And that's something none of you will ever have to experience. And I'm really happy for you that you've lived your whole life in a body that feels good, in a brain that feels good, people that see you for who you are and think about you as you want to be thought about. I want you to protect these children because no one else will do it if you don't. No one will do it. We have to do it. No one protected me. No one protected me until now. And so here I am saying, hey, you don't have to do this. You can help them in the way that I didn't have help. I could have been a confident adult. I could have been a full person my whole life, but I wasn't given that opportunity because people wouldn't see me for who I was. I ask you to see them, to let them play sports, to protect them. To please remember, we just want to exist. That's all. We just want to show up. We just want to be silly. I don't want to play sports. I was a really good catcher. I was a really good catcher. I was not going to make it anywhere in sports, but I could have made it as a really full human being that was happy before they were 43. That would have been great. So please give them the opportunity to be themselves, to see who they can be, to see what life is like when you feel good every day because people say, hey, there you are. I'm happy to see you. That's all.
I hate following such great speakers. Good evening. For your records, my given name is John Clark of Woonsocket, Rhode Island. I'm addressed as JoJo, she, them pronouns. I've stood before here today, and I'm here to add my perspective regarding your policy change of this. This committee knows you are in compliance with RIDE guidelines, and no legal decision at present forces you to change that. Yet you intend to consider drawing a line in the sand unnecessarily, marginalizing the crimeless nature of a heart that only wishes to participate, thrive, and belong to that which feels they are best supported and at ease. What is criminal is objectively determining that for them by their parts. And it's no different than by the color of their skin or physical challenges. Dissecting and categorizing does not build wholesomeness, and doing so does not encourage to see past that myopic point. I have a heart that should have ticked its last talk 11 years ago. You will not convince me my life and standing here is a measure of that heart, but what runs through that heart, compassion. I've seen a one-eyed barber give the best cut, and I've watched a one-armed man individually carry more than I can hold. What you decide as the correct fit may not be for all. You should not deny a student from the fruits you offer to others because they are different and assessing that difference as harm. Debate what you will, but it's unfair to offer them that fruit only where they fear they do not belong. Choose your policy with fairness and compassion. Keep with RIDE guidelines. Thank you once again for your time.
My name is Michael King. I'm a Providence resident of over 10 years. I'm a teacher and a father. I have two daughters, 21 years old, 18 years old. My oldest is queer, my youngest is trans. They were both gender nonconforming when they were little kids, before they had any idea what gender was. My youngest, a trans daughter, periodically wore dresses until she was about 8. We lived in California. Nobody really said very much. We moved to upstate New York before we moved here, and things changed, right? And so that she would come home, she's not wearing the dresses anymore. They were older sister's dresses, not wearing the dresses anymore. Ask why. I mean, is somebody saying something to you at school? Did somebody do something to you? She looks down, didn't want to say. And that was the end of the dresses. As someone who was, raised working class Irish Catholic, outside of Boston, I had mixed feelings that I kept to myself about the dresses the whole time. I didn't quite understand fully, but I knew that she wasn't being 100% honest with me about why she had stopped wearing them. And I didn't like her being made to feel small, to feel constrained, to feel like she needed to be some other way, just so that the people who made her feel like she was less than, so that those people could be comfortable. Like any parent, I always tried my best to give them everything I could. I pushed them to work hard in school, maybe too hard. I helped them deal with conflicts and struggles with their friends. I never tried to force them to dress a certain way or to be interested in certain things, or to tell them that they needed to be a certain way in order for me to love them. One thing that I taught my two girls was to not tolerate bullies and to stand up to them and to not back down. And that, regardless of what came of those conflicts, I had their back. The people putting forward these policies are bullies in simple terms. There's a national movement, I'm not going to go on, so people talked eloquently enough about the Trump administration and the context, but there's a national movement, to ostracize kids for being different under the guise of protecting kids. Right? And this is kind of a smart framing. It's like, who's opposed to protecting kids, right? And so in that framework, you have all sorts of people that are being put at risk. Why should the school board allow some of the most vulnerable kids to be bullied by people who are ostensibly grown-ups? Right? Like, one thing that's changed since I was a kid, which I would like to think wasn't as long ago as it was, is all of the kind of bullying policies that have been put forward. And I think teaching college kids can kind of, it's not perfect in terms of there's not like there's no bullying, but the things have gotten better. And so why should we let grownups kind of bully our own kids? And especially in kind of this institution and kind of the obligation and purview of this council. Just a little bit of statistics. I know people mention this. Trans people are 5 times more likely to experience physical assault than cisgender people. Over 80% of trans people have been harassed or assaulted in their lifetime. A 2023 study published in a peer-reviewed journal found that the passage of anti-trans laws, after the passage of those laws, the increase of 72% of trans people trying to commit suicide. So after policies like this, you had a 72% increase in the number of people, trying to kill themselves. It's hard being a teenager. You all know that. Psychologically, in terms of kids finding themselves, it's arguably harder than it used to be in a lot of different ways, I would say. And these kids are not brainwashed by the internet. Trans girls aren't withstanding all sorts of ridicule and bullying so that they can play field hockey. Furthermore, in terms of one of the conservative concerns around trans kids in sports is the question of sex and sexuality in the locker room. I wrestled as a young person. You want us to believe that there's no gay guys on the wrestling team? You want us to believe there's no lesbians on the field hockey team? I'm not trying to stereotype, but it happens, right? So, unless your religiosity is based on self-righteous judgmentalism, and your family values are rooted in dehumanizing people and putting them subject to violence, these young trans people are not a threat to you or the moral fabric of this community. It's easy to marginalize.
Excuse me, that's 5 minutes. So we just,
Right.
Thank you.
Hi, excuse me. My name is Yana. The person who spoke before me was my father. I am the trans kid that he described. And I want to talk to you today and give you a high schooler's perspective on this. I graduated classical high school in Providence last year. So I've done 1 year of college, but I was a high schooler very recently. I discovered my gender while I was in high school, and I transitioned while I was in high school. And I had two wonderful supportive parents. I had wonderful supportive teachers and friends and classmates. I went to the most progressive school in my city. I had all of the advantages a young trans kid could ask for. Despite that, it was a very difficult time for me. And I don't want to, try to guilt trip you or anything, but I was really struggling. Some days I would just be too depressed or insecure to go to school. And I sat through the start of this meeting. I know how invested all of you are in the well-being of your students, all the little changes to the schedule or whatever. I see how much you care about every little aspect of their transition to high school or whatever. And yeah, I guess I just want to say that these kids need your support more than other kids. They need help, not to feel like they're ostracized, not to feel like they don't belong or that there isn't spaces for them. That's all.
Hi, my name is Megan Rothorst, and I just wanted to say that I grew up just the next town up in Ashley, and went to school at Chero. And but I went to church just across the street over at Central Baptist, and met a lot of friends there growing up. And even though there's supposed to be this rivalry between Chero and Westerly, I was always very jealous of the Westerly kids. Because it sounded like they had an amazing school system. Their mathlete teams and science club teams were always doing all state and always going on national tours. Their jazz band played at the White House. Like, they had an amazing music program. And I have to admit, their sports teams always kicked our butts. So it was a very one-sided rivalry. But I just always remember being very impressed. And even just sitting here today, hearing about getting to do drone classes, like, that sounds amazing. Sounds like one of the, still keeping that top-notch school system intact, which is great for me to hear. But to me, it seems that if you move forward with this agenda item, that is going to put a blemish on that amazing record. And it's going to signal to the trans kids in the community that they are not welcome here, that they can't be who they want to be. It signals to their parents that they probably shouldn't be taking their kids to this school, and they will probably go elsewhere. And it signals to the rest of the town and the state and probably the rest of the country that Westerly is not the shining beacon it used to be. So I would strongly urge you to reconsider this item and keep that reputation intact. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maeve. I'm from Providence, Rhode Island. I have roots here in Westerly through my mother's family, as well as my wife and her family, who all went through the Westerly school system. I'm here, I'm here as people, many people before me, allies, accomplices, and fellow trans people, to, talk about the element 12D and there is no argument I have heard for banning trans children from sports that does not sound like it came from a century ago to justify things like the Negro leagues and other segregated sports leagues to keep people who are equal separated. There are no, people want to talk, people bring up issues like safety in sports. The number one most unsafe sport by statistics in high school is cheerleading. Who is against you in cheerleading? It's you you doing the thing. Every sport has its own risks, all of them. And it doesn't matter that the person against you is trans or cis. it is just the reality of playing sports. You know, play, you know, and play sports, organized sports in high school is another way that we build upon play and socialization. Those two big pillars besides education that are the major parts of early childhood development. You know, early childhood development, teenager, early adulthood, you know, all that stuff, play and socialization, working together, teamwork. To deny that from a certain class of people simply because their mind might not, you know, conform with what their body is saying, or, you know, however you want to describe a transgender person versus a cisgender person, is not the way to move forward. And the only thing it does is weaken as people have pointed out, weaken the protections for women's sports, for men's sports, you know, and bring people more scrutiny who are cisgender, who do not conform. Okay, you know, like, you know, we've talked about, we've seen it before in like Cassius Samaya, what's her name, the boxer from in the Olympics. Like, these are cisgender women being told, being said, oh, this might be a man because they look a little more masculine, because they compete in a masculine event. You know, I have my mother's build. Okay, my mother went to school here, Virginia Bailey. You know, and some of you may know her, may have known her. She's passed away now, but, you know, she wasn't a small person. You know, she wasn't a, you know, she played, you know, she could, you know, lift 200 pounds with one hand over her head on a bar, you know, that kind of thing. Like, you know, it's not a, you know, like, you know, to say that she would not be allowed the same avenues to experience sport that other people would, because she may not, you know, the gender role that, you know, she was assigned at birth, you know, in some ways is what you would be seeing, you know, because this will not just bring segregating sports for just trans people. It will be that butch girl might not be able to play basketball because she's a little bit bigger. You know, this one here might, you know, decisions will be made based on that. You know, if not from you, but other people may bring up those things in order to try to deny people access. You know, and the best way to continue is to maintain the current policies in place to allow access for all in order to compete fairly. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mariana Zotos. I'm going to start by saying, yeah, it sounds like you already have a policy that's working and the sky is still where it belongs, hasn't fallen. Broad blanket policies like this impose real costs, legal exposure, enforcement burden. Who will be the decider? Who's checking? What will be the, you know, who's enforcing this? Who's checking people's bodies, right? Where's that going? That's a huge legal and obviously invasive personal risk to a lot of people. School sports exist for participation, not for competition. This is a place for the primary purpose to be building teamwork, physical activity, that kind of thing. We're not creating elite competitors just yet. Excluding kids from the team sacrifices those benefits for a student who might just want to play with their friends. Again, coming down to the point of who is verifying and the legal risks that you open yourselves up to there that you're not facing right now. Sorry, I get stupidly nervous about talking to a bunch of people like this. So I think, you know, there isn't a problem. This is a problem that doesn't need to be solved. So you could just choose to let it go. And so, talking about being nervous coming up here. I wasn't actually going to. I was just going to come hold up my sign to show support. But I looked around the room at all these beautiful, brave people who come into such risk to themselves to come up and stand in front of a group being live streamed to whoever might be seeing this, right? And so how can I stand and hide in the back? Bill, I think it was, that left, and he so bravely shared the story about his son. If your heart didn't skip a beat listening, I'm going to start crying. If your heart didn't skip a beat listening to him talk and some of the other people sharing their experience, I would wonder what's inside. So, and as I think, was it you that said this is a choice, right? You're making this choice to even have all the, look at the number of people that who comes to school committee meetings. I mean, who comes to school committee meetings? So for this many people to show up in support of the trans kids in the community should really say something to you. And I would just kind of end by asking you to look inside your hearts. And if there's nothing kind and warm and loving and inclusive in there, then at least ask yourself, what side of history do you want to be on? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ellie. I would like to start by saying thank you to all the trans people who have come here, younger or older. I am a trans woman myself. Sorry, my necklace has been caught in my earring. I am a trans woman myself. I am from the town of North Kingstown. I don't know if you remember, it was in the news a couple of years ago for a coach performing naked fat checks on students, which, sounds horrible. He was just looking at all these high school kids' naked bodies. How do you expect somebody to check if somebody is trans? That's ridiculous. Segregation in all its forms hurts people. It hurt Black people, it hurt Jewish people, it hurt Italian people when this nation started. There's no situation that you hear yourself talking about how these people should not be included and think that you are not going to be on the same side as history as Nazis, racists, Confederates were. My friend was on my school's swimming team. She started transitioning. She started taking estrogen. She started growing breasts. She was told that she was not allowed to switch to the women's team and that she had to remain shirtless. Who is weirder? The girl who just wants to swim, or the man telling her that she needs to swim shirtless with her breasts exposed in front of everyone? The topic at hand right now is completely irrelevant. You all know that it will be sent to the Attorney General, and surprise, he's going to say the same thing he said multiple times, that it goes against the Constitution. I've also noticed in conversations like these many times before that what is always forgotten is that you are talking about children. You aren't talking about these invisible, non-existent, scary trans adults that are coming for your kids. You are talking about children, and you are talking about them like they aren't human beings. You want trans kids to kill themselves. There's no way around it. If you do not give your support for a trans kid, what you are saying is you don't care if they kill themselves or not. You are sending out a hostile message for no reason. Once again, this letter will be shot down immediately once the Attorney General opens it. They will say, this is unconstitutional. So what you want to do is you just want to send out this hostile message that you don't support kids. You don't support people, and that's how they go into school. They don't go into school thinking about how they want to learn. They go into school thinking, where I am right now is being run by people who would not accept me for who I am. I've also been seeing that the performance or just the general attitude from some of the members on this board is childish. Cheering when you are being told horrible things about people you support, taking pictures of people for simply being there and rolling your eyes. I've seen who has been supporting those who have been standing here, and I've been seeing those who have been rolling their eyes, staring at the ceiling, and cheering and jeering when you have been called out. I'd like to thank all of those who actually support children on this board, and I'd like to thank everyone who came to speak today.
Hello, my name is Johanna Reese. I'm 17. I was born in Rhode Island. I go to school at Rhode Island Public High School. That was my best friend that was just up talking. I've recently started an organization for queer students also called Rhode Island Queer Student Union because we have come to realize that we have to come together to defend ourselves against decisions like these that are harming all of us. I'm following up a lot of people talking very eloquently about being trans, but I just want to talk for a minute about sports. So if you live in Rhode Island, you know we have a insanely competitive youth sports culture for some reason. I couldn't last 3 years in the mess that is Rhode Island youth recreational soccer. I don't know why everyone takes it so seriously. I personally played basketball in elementary school and middle school, and I loved it. It was fun. It was great for my mental health. I got exercise, but the overcompetitiveness of it pushed me out. To be clear, I wasn't even fighting the barriers and exclusion that trans students face in sports. I'm gender nonconforming now, but then I was just a little girl trying to play basketball. Why are we trying to make sports more exclusive instead of more inclusive? Sports are great for your mental health. Exercise is crucial to being healthy. And we are talking about a minority group that has so notoriously suffered from poor mental health, poor physical health due to that mental health condition. Why are we taking away camaraderie, team building, exercise from kids who just want to play and run around and throw a ball around with their friends? Because that's what sports should be about. It's not the Olympics. It's children playing a game. Let's take this as seriously as it deserves to be taken. Let kids be included. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carrie Curto. I live in Southern Rhode Island, and I have very close ties to this issue, as do everybody in this room. I'm really proud to hear some of these young people advocating. I hear the sadness, I hear the anger, some really strong language, and rightfully so, right? When somebody's opinion creates a fear around them as a human, I completely understand. I'd like to take a little bit of a different stance. And I would like to thank you all. And I know that you have to kind of stay stone-faced, but I've heard that public service isn't the easiest thing. And I really, really am grateful for you all as public servants of Rhode Island, your time, your dedication. Thank you, genuinely. You walk in the shoes of former public servants in Rhode Island. Those public servants have made Rhode Island one of the safest states for people like me and for folks in this room, and I thank you. I have been in my home like cheering for joy in the past years, months, and even this past week, just crying tears of gratitude for the legislation that you have both passed and prevented in this state. It means so much. So I want to thank you, and I want to thank you for considering a vote that is in line with the spirit of Rhode Island. Thank you.
Hello, y'all. My name is Remy. I also don't think that y'all should get any more electric school buses. I think it's I support it, but I think if y'all don't have the infrastructure, then it should wait. But anyway, the biggest thing is the verification of who's trans. Like there's any policy like that is going to open up all the girls to just all kinds of sexual assault. I think there's no way to do it. There's just no way to do it otherwise. And I wanted to speak really briefly about just the sort of motivation for these policies. I think it's just very specious no matter how you look at it. You know, people are uncomfortable around us, but that's it shouldn't be our problem. You know, it's something that they need to be protected, right? It's not the other way around. And I don't know, people worry about like, you know, how our bodies are, different biological advantages that we supposedly have. It's just not really how it works. You can't verify someone's sex in that way and have it fit into two distinct categories. It's not how bodies actually work. I feel like most people really don't know this, but like people view trans women, especially, I think, as being like, before we transition, we're just men. It's not the case. We're not typically as strong. Like, for the record, I got stronger, way stronger when I got on estrogen because I started eating. Like, there's no evidence to suggest that we are always gonna be the best at sports. Even if we were, that shouldn't be a problem. You know, if you have women's sports and trans women aren't in it, it's not women's sports. Like, what are we actually doing here? That's pretty much all I have to say.
Hello, my name is Lauren. I am not one of your constituents, but I would like to give you all a reminder. This is probably more people than you have for these meetings. Seems pretty strong that a lot of them lean in one direction. You are all elected officials, correct? Well, this is a very motivated one-issue voter base. As I was standing in line to come speak to you, I just noticed someone's carrying flyers for a whole nother event for passing out. If you push this through, there is a non-zero chance. As a matter of fact, I'd like to remind the rest of you that it would be a good thing to do to plaster this town with signs saying that you push this through. Do you want that heat? Do you think that will get you reelected? If you do, go for it. If the moral and the stories have not swayed you otherwise, because ultimately, this is your job, and I imagine you'd probably like to keep your job, though some of you do look near retirement age and can probably take the risk. That's all I will speak.
Hi, good evening. My name is Gregory Waxmolsky. I'm here tonight in my capacity as the chapter coordinator for Amnesty International Local Group 1016. How is everybody? I just want to do one of these calisthenic checks. You can join. And then the other way. Breathe out. Breathe in again. We're all here. We're all humans. And to everybody who is watching at home, we're real. And everybody who came out today to speak to this elected body, whether you grew up here, whether your mother did, whether you've got just ties of the passionate type, thank you so much. This is how civics works, right? If we didn't come out here tonight, you just would have had a dumb item on the agenda, right? And you would have talked amongst yourselves. Now you've got some direction. We're coming up to the end of public comment. I'm here to just say that Amnesty International takes a pretty, even line. Trans women are women, trans girls are girls, trans men are men, trans boys are boys. The dignity of every human being to feel and express themselves fully in community is part of our inalienable set of human rights, derechos humanos. And you're here to help protect them for all of the students that come through these halls. And so we all say thank you, we really do, because it's people like you that have these hard conversations with each other, with your T's, your S's, your P's, and with us. And we're here to help. So you all can find us anytime. As we move on to your response to public comment, Let's just remind ourselves of that powerful technology again. We get 2 of these when we come here. Tonight, maybe we needed ours. And thank you for your candor and your grace. And we'll see you again soon. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Luis Daniel Munoz here as an accomplice. I used to wrestle back in high school too, and I remember it was a mixed sport. There were no issues then. Boys, girls, we all wrestled together. It was a sport. We participated with one another. And when I think of statements like this, I see this more as a kind of performative statement that is under consideration. I wonder what it's really saying about our society. So someone was doing some knitting back there, and it was therapeutic to watch you, by the way. And I just started thinking about like weaving, and in society, and as things change over time, it's like we have these 2 fabrics. Since the beginning of time, we have suffering or struggle and hope. And when they meet, that's when change happens. And we've progressively seen change. We've progressively seen inclusion. And then we have policies like this that threaten to unweave that. And what happens to the fabric? We create holes. And opportunity falls through those holes, and people fall through those holes. And so I would just say that, as you might ask yourself, why is everybody out here? At the end of the day, a decision hasn't been made. I mean, this is a statement that we're setting a precedent, that we've already woven the fabric of the society we want to see. We have a foundation that we're trying to build upon. And if anyone threatens to unweave it, we will be here to support one another and to fight back.
Hi, my name is Eva. I did not intend to speak, but I just noticed that there's no scared girls here, or no parents of scared girls here. So I don't know why this is such a problem. Where are all these scared girls? And then I'm also wondering what would happen if you don't allow trans girls, and some other town does. So we're gonna play against Hope Valley. Can you play against them if they have a different rules than you do? How will that affect sports in the entire state? Those are the only 2 things I have to say.
Okay. Not seeing anyone else. So I'm going to open it up for committee members' responses. If we can go Mike, then Mr. Nero, and then we'll go along. And if I can just preface to our committee members, I know we may have heard some things that may have not made us feel great in the moment, but that we are elected officials and have a certain standard that we should conduct ourselves in if we can do so in our responses. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for coming. I know a lot of it was emotional and a lot of it was informative. Thank you. I'd like to address the most important issue, the EV buses. We appreciate the advice we got, the information, and that the town council has done a review of the bus garage and the effects of the EV buses. And so far, they have not found any issue greater with the EV bus than a regular bus. So I am sure they will continue on. And for the next issue, the question kept on coming up, why are we doing this? The school committee by law, in large, we had a protocol. We have a protocol in place. But we understood once the Supreme Court made a final decision that we would have to revisit that, and that's what we're doing. Because that's what we have to do. As a body that has to have rules and policies in places based on the law, we are going to be probably seeking more clarification of the law. We'll be seeking input, and we'll be talking amongst ourselves. There will be no conclusion of how it's going to end up, but we do have to follow state and federal laws. We don't have a choice in that. We're going to be facing tough questions like, how do you inspect people? How do you check on what? Is it just girl sports, or is it girls and boys sports? Because those, the issue of Title 19, Title 9 does not come up the same for both sports. So these are issues we'll be grasping with. But we will give everyone a chance to speak. We will take everything into consideration and talk to each other and come to something that, if not everyone is happy with, that everyone felt that they were part of and that we tried to do the best we can. In saying that, there were some people who got a little personal with the school committee members, and that happens. It's happened to me, it's happened to others. I know we've been called demons at times. I've been called a potted plant and other things. I would just say, we're all here just trying to do the best job we can. And sometimes we have views that may not be like yours. I would just like you to give us the same courtesy and the same understanding that you have. You can tell us where we're wrong, and that's perfectly fine. But when it becomes personal, I mean, first, it kind of shuts us down. I know when someone starts telling me I'm a potted plant or something, I stop listening as I should. I stop listening to them. But I understand for you, this is not a legal issue. It's a personal issue. I would just ask you again, in the future, if you could just not make it personal to us, and I appreciate it. And if you can't, I mean, we want to be civil to each other, and that's how it starts. And thank you.
Well, I've been called a coward and a girl hater. I have it in writing because I support the present policy as it stands. So you folks who came to the mic tonight wondering who put this on the agenda, it was me. And the reason why I put it is I want some final clarity that the Rhode Island law stands. And I want the Attorney General to put that in writing because I don't want to have any more of these long nights like this. You guys attacked Mrs. Whitecall. It wasn't her who asked it on the agenda. It was me. Because when we walked out of the meeting the last time, my interpretation, and he clarified it a little bit earlier tonight, was that our lawyer was saying to us that you have to change your policy. That's what I thought. But I did this for 47 years, folks. I was superintendent just 12 miles up the road in North Stonington for 10 years, following the same policy that's here. I wanted clarity on this, and I want it written in writing. You have a great attorney here tonight, and Ms. Wood is probably going to say the same thing, okay? But this turned into an attack, please, because I have gray hair. There are other gray hair people in here. I thought that was a prejudicial statement when you said that some of us are older. So when people look at people who look differently than you do, just think about what you said tonight, because I'm a little pissed right now, okay? Second thing
Excuse me,
is,
sorry, hold on. Peter, hold on a second. Let's be respectful in the audience, please. But we don't do this during, everybody have their chance to speak. We don't do this during, when the,
3 or
responses
4
come from the
days
committee member.
after the attorney spoke and I started doing my research, I have 40 fraternity brothers who are all, a lot of them are school lawyers and whatnot. And I started asking questions and they said, no, the Rhode Island law holds. I wanted to be sure of that. That's why I asked it for on the agenda. Then I read 3 days later that ground zero is in Westerly. Another long meeting of stuff that we can't even vote on. How do we vote on something and vote against it? We'd be breaking the law. Then I find out I'm a Christian nationalist, Steve. I'm not. Oh, no, buddy. All you have to do is look at the videos. All you have to do is look at the videos that are on YouTube.
Excuse me, we're not back and forth
I gave you
whatsoever.
respect, now you give me respect.
If we have to, we can end the meeting. Like, honestly, if we have to, we can ask everybody to leave.
If you look at the videos, I have said plainly, I'm a Roman Catholic. I don't know what a Christian nationalist is. I love all people. Doesn't matter, okay? Bottom line was, I wanted clarity on this so we don't have more meetings like this that we put an end to this now. So that's why it's on the agenda.
Wow. Okay, what a night. Well, I got a lot to say, like it or hate it. I don't care at this point. Do I feel like we have an issue in Westerly right now with our current protocol? No, I do not. I want you guys to all understand, everybody here, if you read the agenda, we're not voting on anything tonight. That was never on the agenda. To say that we were, no, it's not. And if you interpreted it that way, you are incorrect. There is no vote being taken tonight, period. There is not. It was simply a statement to ask for something in writing. Now, yeah, I'm pretty darn tired tonight, but I'm going to say the things I have to say. Tonight is the last school committee meeting before the opening of Westerly Public Schools for the 2026-2027 year. Tonight, I really had hoped that we could talk about our new year coming up, the new students coming in, supporting them, supporting our existing students, talking about the fact that in 11 days, we are opening a new school in this town for the first time in 25 years. I would have liked to have celebrated that. We have a new Westerly Middle School administrator, a new Springbrook administrator. We have a new technology director. This is all stuff that I ran to do and be a part of. We talked about in some incredible CTE programs tonight. Ones like Miss Wycall brought up adding a dental hygiene program. Where's that we're talking about? Why are we just going around in circles about this instead of talking about some forward progress? Again, my opinion, we have a protocol in place. We don't have a problem right now. Why are we taking the time about this? The other thing I need you all to remember is we have kids from age 3 to 21, 22 entering our buildings in another 11 days. You know what they're going to talk about? Not this. They're going to come in, and they're going to
Right.
talk about the trip
Hold on.
they
Do not. I will have you removed out of this room. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
The kids are going to walk in that building and talk about their summer vacations, the camps they attended, band camp, football, volleyball, sports camps, and theater. They're going to talk about the trouble they got into that their parents didn't know about and probably still don't. But they are not going to walk in the building and have a focus on what is in between their peers' legs. They're not. This is not the subject we need to talk about. Oh. You need to understand, I am not here to say I don't support trans folks, because I do. But this doesn't need to be a repeated conversation. We have done this over and over and over for 2 years. And I don't think a single one of the 7 members that ran for school committee up here ran on doing this repeatedly. We were supposed to get something done, and we don't get anything done. I'm sorry, we don't. We just keep having the same conversations over again. I don't know how we as a society got here. I really don't. Because I mean, I was not in school that long ago. Yes, I'm an old fart, but not that long ago. This was never a topic of conversation, ever. I don't know why now it is. I don't understand why it is. But to me, this just has to stop. Let kids be kids, let students be students, and let's open a school year, please.
So I'm not going to address everything that was said at the podium. I am going to say that I do support Vic Meller for Congress. I do support the current presidential administration. I do not believe that RIDE protocol supersedes the Supreme Court. I think you all did a great job of getting your video clips and photo ops and great performances. Some of you were very sincere, and I do believe that there are trans people, and I do believe that a lot of you are here to perform. And I will always stick to my guns that boys are boys and girls are girls. And this basic policy of trying to differentiate that for sports should be simple. And we will get there at some point. You all came under a premise that we were going to be talking about a policy which we've begun drafting, but that wasn't even on the agenda. So We will get there at some point. And that's it. Boys and boys skirts, boys and boys sports, and girls and girls sports. Thank you.
I wanted to look out at all of you beautiful, brave people and tell you that I'm sorry that it requires bravery to be who you truly are. It should not be like that. I heard a song today, and one of the lyrics was, "When you are seen and loved, you are home." And I believe very strongly, and I think our job up here is to make Westerly Public Schools home for all our students, full stop. To make sure that their families feel that when they send their kids into our buildings, that they are safe. I'm a mom. I have children. I know that when my kids walk around in this world, it's part of my heart walking around outside of my body. I've heard that phrase. I didn't write it. I don't remember who said it. But it's true. I am having trouble with the mental gymnastics of keeping track of when, the Rhode Island Department of Education offers guidance. We in Westerly should not be forced to adhere to that guidance. We should be free to do our own thing. But when the Supreme Court, which is an arm of the federal government, says something, suddenly we are expected or having conversations about changing how we're doing things. I would like to offer a possible reframe for this opinion that was being requested. I didn't ask for it. I was under the impression that the reason this was being requested was so that we could be fully confident in the fact that we don't have to change what's working. And I want to end by saying, do you guys remember learning that there was a time when everybody thought the world was flat? And that if you sailed too far, you just drop right off the edge? I think about that a lot when we're having conversations in this committee with people who show up and tell their truth and tell their story with courage. And I just think that when we get to the edge of our comfort, when we get to the edge of what's familiar, a lot of us are afraid that we're going to fall off that edge, but I can promise that the world is not flat. We learned that. We learned that a long time ago. And I would like to encourage everyone sitting up here and encourage myself to continue the work of sailing to the edge and going beyond, because you're not going to fall off. There are worlds and experiences and people that are beyond what you know. And this is an opportunity, as someone said, for us to welcome and to learn from each other. And I hope that is where we will continue to move in this district. And I believe that what we're doing is not necessary. I don't think this opinion is really necessary. I understand the protocol. I understand the procedure behind it. But I think that, or I hope that we will continue to make our schools a place where all our kids can learn and thrive and grow in their authenticity. I tell my children before I put them to bed at night, I love the person that you are. I love who you were yesterday. I love who you are today, and I will love who you will be tomorrow. Our kids are teaching us who they are. It is not for anyone but ourselves to know ourselves and to learn ourselves and to teach others who we are. And I hope we can continue to do that here in Westerly. Thank you guys so much for coming. You are seen and you are loved.
So I just want to say thank you to everybody who did come out and speak. And I want to make something very clear. I understand the danger every time we bring this conversation up. And I have sat up here every time, and I apologize to anybody who may feel hurt this evening and to anybody who's at home who is watching this and they are scared and they are concerned. And I have said it time and time again. It is my hope that I can be a safe person and that I am somebody who people can look to know that I'm going to do my best to advocate. So I thank everybody who came out and shared their stories. And I understand how triggering this can be to see something like this on an agenda and to think that at some point, and even if we have confidence that we'll see a decision that does say that, no, we do not have to make a change and that the protocol is working fine, that it still is a scary conversation because that can instantly be changed around and we've seen things like that happen before. So I understand. In regards to asking somebody to leave out of this room, I want to make it very clear that anybody who has come to any of our meetings, anybody sitting up here, at any time, if people begin to have behavior like that, I have asked them to stop. And it does not change with what the crowd is. It does not change whether or not I agree with what somebody has to say, but something that I have committed to as long as I have been on this committee and as long as I have been chair, that these meetings will run in a way that we are going to have respectful and civil discourse. And when that's not happening, I do take responsibility as the chair to remove somebody from this room. So I do apologize to anybody who may have been offended by that, and it's not my intention to do so, but something I'm always going to do as long as I'm sitting here is make sure that these meetings move forward with as much civil discourse as we possibly can have. And I may not get it right all the time, but that is something that I'm charged with doing up here. So with that being said, that will bring us to our next agenda item here, which is our Assistant Superintendent's report.
Thank you. So as we wrap up our summer program, I'm pleased to report that the summer food service program has shown significant growth this year. This year's North End Community Center served as an impressive 465 meals over 20 days. This performance highlights substantial increase compared to the previous years. For instance, at the soccer complex last year, we served 134 meals in 17 days. And then 2 years ago, only 10 meals when it was at the high school. Looking ahead to start the new academic year, we will welcome back our staff next week for 3 dedicated convocation and professional development days. These days are structured to align with district goals, provide critical departmental training, and to energize our staff for the next year. The week will officially kick off with the all-staff convocation on Tuesday morning. It's designed to celebrate our school community. A highlight of the morning will be celebrating the WPS Teacher of the Year, Chef Jamie Finkelstein, followed by a keynote presentation from guest motivational speaker Brad Montgomery. Following the convocation, scheduled blocks for Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday, and Thursday will focus on building level preparations and specialized training as we get ready to welcome back students on September 1st. And finally, beyond our immediate back to school preparations, we're looking forward to continuing our strategic planning work, which I will share in a detailed presentation at the September 2nd school committee meeting. Overall, I'm excited for the work ahead in the best interest of every child that attends the Westerly Public Schools. Thank you.
Anybody have questions or comments? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Steve. So that will take us to our superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to echo Steve's enthusiasm and excitement about opening up. It's always the best time of the year. Well, it's one of them, I gotta say. I mean, June is great, but the excitement that comes with starting a new year is hard to match. So with that said, State Street School, if anybody has driven by, there's less and less of the old building and you can now see the new one. The building itself is going to be ready to welcome students and staff. There is going to have to be landscaping done throughout the fall. We've known that all along. Seating is going to start soon. I actually thought it was a little too early to be seating, but apparently this is prime time. So they're going to be doing that. They're doing a lot of leveling. There are no playscapes. There's no playground in place yet, but Principal Fulbert has a plan in place to address that she's sharing with families. So we will be ready to go. The punch list is underway. I've been meeting with the contractors and being on site at least a couple times a week. There's the glass issue that we discussed last time has been addressed. Those panes have been replaced. So we're very excited about that school opening and as Tim said, first in 25 years. It's going to be terrific. It's a big, beautiful, clean, warm when it's supposed to be and cool when it's supposed to be and dry all the time space. So we're very excited about that. In terms of staffing, we're in very good shape. We have some openings. We always will have openings in transportation. And we have some paraprofessional positions that we're trying to plug, but for the most part, all of our classrooms are fully staffed. Principals have done an outstanding job with hires throughout the summer. Our custodial staff, I say this all the time, as old as our buildings are sparkling. Duns and Babcock and Ward, I should say, In particular, our oldest buildings in the fleet are just, they look spectacular. So Mark McKinnon and his crew is to be commended. We will be ready to go, and we very much look forward to getting underway. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Tim.
You're not getting off that easy. A couple quick questions. Two things. I mean, one, can you just confirm, because the hub of misinformation about the school committee is usually a town council meeting. Would you please clarify somebody's statement from the other night that kept saying that RIDE data shows that our enrollment has been increasing over the years? That is incorrect.
No, it's been on the decline for about 20 years.
Thank you. Because that was said multiple times on Monday night at the town council meeting. So I want to make sure that's clarified. RIDE data shows our enrollment.
Oh,
decreasing.
no. All of the coastal communities are seeing declining.
Can you also tell me, has the food service director position been filled, or do you know?
It has not as of yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that will bring us to our financial report.
Good evening. I have two reports this evening. The first is the preliminary fiscal year 2026 report. We are still working on the year-end close, finalizing invoices. So this is, as of this point in time, we're looking at a projected $1.1 million surplus. You'll note that our Medicaid reimbursement has significantly increased. We did last year during the year see our rates increased. And also towards the end of last year, we were now eligible to invoice for psychology services. It was. So between the rate increases and the expansion of services, we've seen that reimbursement increase. So we'll be looking into that in more detail about how we bill, how we gather that data for the 28 budget. Purchase services, supplies, and materials are still significantly under budget. We have tasked all of the departments and schools to review their current year-to-date actuals through June 30 to ensure that all invoices have been accounted for and to review any significant variances. Food service. As you know, each month I update our year-to-date deficit. As Mr. Kell mentioned, the food service director from Airmark has resigned. The district manager has notified me that they are in the process of onboarding, but I do not have any information other than that. So I expect to be hearing from her shortly. In other food service news, there was recent legislation that we are not allowed to charge more than a 2% service fee for collecting student balances. Now, along with the law, we do have to have a method for no service charges. So payments can be made in the lunch line, checks can be collected, and no fees are incurred. However, My School Bucks and similarly other programs do charge more than a 2% fee. So we have just received some guidance on that today. My School Bucks is proposing an annual platform fee of $2,500 per district, along with an additional $3 per enrolled student based on total district enrollment. So we're looking at potentially under $4,500 as an annual software as a service fee. In addition, they will be charging a 2% processing fee on all meal payment transactions, and districts may choose whether this fee is paid by parents and guardians or absorbed by the district. Typically, we would pass this on to whoever's making the payments. And just in comparison, I'll let you, currently before the legislation was enacted, every transaction had a fee of, I believe it was $3.50. So if someone wanted to pay, whether it was $10, $20, or $50, you had to pay a fee of $3.50. So now if someone wants to pay $10, it would cost them 20 cents. So that's my recommendation for that. Does anyone have any questions on the financial report?
Yeah, under specialists, why are we 276% over?
So that I can get back to you on. That is one of our special education lines. So you'll note throughout the year that while they budget for their different contractual services, they shift based on need throughout the year. But I will get a more detailed reason on the need for the more specialists versus other categories. Next, I do have one request for a budget transfer. We are changing the part-time EV coordinator position to a contract service. Initially, it did make sense to have that as a part-time position. That person was also assisting with district operations, and there was a change in director. Now the need is more focused, and for the infrastructure and EV services. So I'm looking for a transfer to fund that of not to exceed $36,000. That would have been the amount we would have budgeted for the part-time salary. So that position, they currently work on all of the EV grants, which we do have some open that have not been closed. That work should eventually close out, since as of this point in time, we're not moving forward with additional grant opportunities. So for the budget for fiscal year 28, we'll reevaluate that amount and what the need is at that time.
I'm totally confused on that. Can you maybe try a different wording or something?
Right. So right now we have a part-time position, and that's Rudy's position, Rudy Hauser, to work with the infrastructure, with the company that supports the charging stations, that software, all of the grants for the EV buses, all those submissions, the reimbursements. He was an employee, and we're looking to move that to a contract service for those services. So it would be billed on an hourly basis based on the district's need.
Really nothing to do with this. Thank you, Cindy. But because I will not be at the next school committee meeting, I'll be away. We do have a finance subcommittee meeting on September 22nd. Correct, at 5 o'clock at Central Administration. Can you give us some rough numbers of how everything flushed out from all the employment in terms of salaries, benefits, advanced degrees, to see where we are from where we were at the budget at that point?
Yeah, we will do that on the 22nd. We are still last minute,
Well,
minute changes.
listen,
So,
I get that part. That's why we had the meeting, on the 22nd. You may not be able to have all the information, but it'd be a good idea to see, because we didn't really have a meeting last year until like January or February, but I'd like to, Lori, the 22nd at 5 o'clock. So
Gotcha.
Lori's with me on that, so.
I will have figures.
Thank you.
Great. If we don't have any other questions, I will seek a motion to approve the budget transfer for $36,000.
So moved.
We have a motion, second, any discussion? Seeing none, all members in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. So that passes. Thank you so much, Cindy.
you.
That brings us to our consent agenda. So I will seek a motion to approve items 11A and B on our consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a
Just
second.
comment on it, though. I know. Again, just the central hub of misinformation at the town council meeting. I want to be clear because I know that the public cannot see what we see. The two-page list is not a two-page list of new homeschool approvals. I'll leave it at that.
No, they have to be renewed annually.
Yeah, we just have to look. Right, we just have to look at it every year.
2 pages of new, so I just want to be clear.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All members in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes. That brings us back to new business, which we've already gone through. Item A, item B. So we will go to 12C, which is our first reading, teacher, student, parent, electronic communications policy 2320. Dr. Grosso, is there anything you want to say about this one?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So this comes out of the issue having been raised by a couple of members over multiple meetings about teachers using a variety of communication tools. Some are using Remind, some are using email, some are sending texts, some are giving their cell phone numbers to kids. None of which is really kosher. We want to be able to ensure that we're using district-provided tools only for communications, for clarity, for record keeping. If we ever found ourselves in the event where we had to research or look at communications that are going on, there are tools. So we provide students and all staff with Gmail accounts. Gmail allows for texting within the Gmail suite. Everything that anybody needs to communicate with families and students, we provide. And it's our policy that that's our expectation, that those are the only tools that are going to be used going forward. Teachers, it will be explained to teachers that this is the policy, this is the expectation. If you decide to go outside of this and get yourself into a situation, you're on your own. We are trying to clean this up so that we can easily track communications between students, between teachers and parents, the whole nine. Coaches also have access to the same tools so they can notify kids about practices or game changes, all of that stuff. But it's really inappropriate for staff members to be texting with kids and families, frankly, on their own personal phones. So this is an attempt to tighten that up.
Does anybody have any questions about this? Go ahead.
It says at the top of the second paragraph, the Westerly School Committee will maintain up-to-date grade books on the student information system. What is that?
Well, so that's tied to the grading policy as well, but what it's really referring to is PowerSchool. Parents that need information can log into PowerSchool and access all of that information. So we're continuing to remind staff, it's their responsibility to follow up on that.
And then I just.
Unless in policy, you'll remember, it says if somebody's averaging a C, parents need to be reached out to. There has to be contact
Yeah,
out.
okay, all right, that's clears it up in my head. Okay. I fully agree with the school systems for academics and learning, teaching, all that. I think this is going to be really difficult for a lot of the sports programs. I know there are some apps that are used that are really user-friendly that can include parents as well as the team members and all the coaches, and you can message through it. You can keep the school schedule on it. There's an app that's used by several of the coaching staff that I think for them to have to rely on going to an email system is, you might want to talk to Jamie Vettalino about implementing that, or.
Certainly will, and there may have to be some relearning. Everything you just described can be done through Google. It might be a bit of a pain in the neck initially, but we will work with them on that.
The only other concern, and I don't have a middle school student anymore, Ms. Goethals might be able to speak more to this, but I know the high school level, it doesn't matter, but at the middle school level, years back, and again, maybe it's changed, if a teacher sent me an email through Gmail to my personal email, which is outside of the Google service, and included my student, I could not respond because there's these safety protocols in place. It's still there. So that's a problem. So it restricts the parent from responding. So there's going to have to be some way, whether or not a permission is set to that parent's email or something. We might have to bring in Ms. Derricks to deal with it.
Sure.
But that to me is a concern.
Yeah, I will absolutely share that with Ms. Derricks.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a first read, and I know like with those concerns, like we can send that back to Dr. Garceau to kind of talk through and then take a look at it again at a future agenda. Okay, so that will move us to item 12D, which is request of counsel to seek written opinion from RA Attorney General's office regarding the SCOTUS decision as to transgender athletes. So, Mr. Neer, I know you already said that this is something that you did request. I didn't know if there was anything else that you wanted to say. And then if there's anything that maybe our attorney might offer up to us in regards to doing this.
And once again, the reason why that I requested this to be on here was because of the fact that, again, misinterpretation of what our attorney said in knowing that this, no different than Roe v. Wade. While the Supreme Court ruled, the issue on abortion again after the 73 decision, Rhode Island has safeguards in place for those who choose to do so. And I just wanted to make sure that we were reading this right, that the Rhode Island Interscholastic League laws and the RIDE policy is still in play at this time. If the General Assembly were to choose to change that, then that would be a different story. And that's why I wanted clarity. I did not want to cause a ruckus or anything like that. Anybody who knows me knows the fact that I've always been a kids first person, all kids. So I just wanted clarity on, yeah, and I was a little riled by the fact that I was chosen to be I'll leave it at that. But anyways, that's the only reason why. I think as Tim said a little while ago and others said, we need to move on to other things. And this has taken probably about 20 hours out of my life in the last night alone. So thank you.
The only other thing I'll offer the committee on this, and it's food for thought, and Bill, this is not against you in any means. We heard our opinion from Attorney Nardone. The school committee does have two other attorneys on retainer, I guess you call it as well. If we wanted to hear everybody's legal opinion before we did, I'm throwing it out there that we have options. Because I like Peter, I myself have spoken to another attorney who has given a completely different opinion. So, again, I think that this is all good discussion. And, we might need to, I think if we can take both sides and come together in the middle, I think we can work together and get this done and just move forward. I think that's what we need to do.
I do just have to point out that at meetings in the past, we've had more than one committee member up here say, we're not going to make any changes right now. We'll wait for the Supreme Court ruling. Now we have the Supreme Court ruling. And you want to get more opinions, and I don't know. I just think it's a waste of energy.
And if I could just say, the Supreme Court ruled that states that decide to ban transgender sports can't, Rhode Island hasn't. And that's why I'm saying our rules are still in play. That's the bottom line. And all I wanted was clarity from the Attorney General's stating to us that, yes, the state of Rhode Island does not ban the state General Assembly has not voted to ban transgender sports. So therefore they're good to go.
And I'll also just clarify that no one's really banning transgender sports. I am just suggesting they play on the team of their biological sex.
Okay, so we do need to have some sort of motion here with this item, if that is something that we want, that committee members want to see. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, this is a question for Attorney Nardone. I was under the impression, I'm not sure if it came from my own brain or if it's somehow documented somehow, that this was procedural, that this opinion, if we were going to discuss our protocol, this opinion was necessary, or at least having it as an agenda item was a necessary part of that process.
I'm here expecting or waiting for direction from the committee. I'm not sure what you want me to ask the Attorney General. if you want me to simply ask him for, quote, his opinion on the decision, frankly, I would be embarrassed to send that letter to the Attorney General.
So
So I need, as Peter was requesting clarity, I could use some clarity on
Right.
what,
So we would have to
what the
say
committee,
what we're asking.
what the
which decision
committee
to
is
make.
asking.
Yeah. So I don't know, Peter, if it is something where you're saying you want to know
Does,
how we move forward. Yep.
simple. Now that the Supreme Court has ruled, is it Rhode Island in violation by having transgender kids playing in sports? That's what I want to know. Okay? And if not, we move on.
Do you want to make that motion?
I'll make that.
Rose, did you
motion.
get all of that? So the motion is to direct,
Well, would Westerly Public Schools be in violation of the SCOTUS decision by keeping the present Rhode Island interscholastically rules in RIDE protocol in place?
thank God these meetings are recorded. That's the motion to direct counsel to seek that. Okay, so that's our motion. Do we have a second? Any discussion? So with that, I will say that we will poll vote on making that request of our attorney to do so. So we'll start with Ms. Goethals, if you would like to support that motion.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No?
No.
No.
All right, so that motion does fail. We had 3 in support and 4 that were opposed. So we will not have that happen at this time. So that will move us to correspondence. Does anybody have anything to share from correspondence? Go ahead.
Just briefly, and I'll add it to the next agenda item here, but myself and Ms. Goethals were able to meet with the Groton Public Schools Food Services Director and Farm to School Director. It was, I don't know, maybe an hour, and it was an incredibly good learning opportunity on how they actually operate their food services on their own within district as a non-budget item. They are fully self-sufficient. It's very impressive, and both the direct food services director and farm to school director have graciously offered to come speak to this committee, and I hope we can add it as a future agenda item, and because I think it's a really good opportunity.
Yes, at the last town council meeting, a counselor stated that the Westerly schools were in the toilet. I would like the school committee to request a retraction of that statement and an apology.
Can you repeat that, Mike? I couldn't hear you.
So there was a town councilor at Monday's meeting who referred to the schools, the Westerly schools, as being in the toilet. So I'm just requesting that the school committee send a letter to the town council and specifically to the town councilor to retract what they said and apologize for it.
Anybody else? So I'm going to take this opportunity to acknowledge somebody in the room who has been a dedicated WPS employee, Miss Rose Falcone, who we are so thankful for all of her years of work with us and all that she does to support the superintendent, the district, and the school committee specifically. We are grateful for all that you have done, and we will be sad to see you retire, but it is well-deserved and earned, and we thank you for everything. Sorry, I had to. So that will bring us to our committee and liaison reports. Does anybody have anything to report out tonight? And you were not prepared.
I am.
You've had an entire meeting to get to it.
The local advisory committee will be meeting, their first meeting will be September 21st. This year's meetings have changed and they'll be from 6 to 7. So they're a half hour earlier now to try to accommodate families. And we are working on maybe some childcare options as well to help families out.
All right, so now I will see, are there any future agenda items that anybody would like to request that we add to our list? I know Tim just mentioned one that we can follow up with, and then Ms. Wyckoff.
I mentioned it at the last meeting, but I want to make sure that we can get this on an agenda before we get too far into the budgeting process. I really feel like we should look at zero-based budget. We now have another over $1 million surplus. We have a brand new school. We have two new, to mention, two new administrators that may be could look through things with a different lens. And I think it's a good time to reset. And I think we owe it to the taxpayers to really see if we can tighten this up a little bit and start from scratch, especially looking at State Street. There's no way we can take their budget and just increase everything at 2% or go line by line for that school anymore, seeing that it's a brand new school. So I'd like to talk about that before with Cindy or, before we get too far into this process. We could do it at the sub-finance committee. I don't know.
Bring it to the committee, or we can put it on both lists. Yeah, anybody else? All right, so that will bring us to our next open forum, which this one does allow for non-agenda item comments, and speakers are given 3 minutes. Is there anybody who wishes to address the committee?
All right, so, wow, those EV buses, huh? I do want to just say to some of the people who spoke, to Chairman Nero, I would like to say, yeah, I don't know, Mr. Nero. I would like to say that while I may agree with the person who, like in base, I do not agree with ageism, and I understand the frustration. This is a tough conversation for everyone, but obviously it's toughest for trans people. And I do understand the want to ask for clarification, so we don't have to deal with this, or other school systems don't have to deal with this. And while I do appreciate that, I think that it takes a lot of courage to just stand up and say no. I understand why you did, though, and I can appreciate that. To some of the other people who spoke, thank you so much for coming out. It was a lot of courage that it took to do this, and to be the one to come up first and talk about this, it is tough for a non-agenda item. While doing sort of a general search about this, I did notice that your current policy does in fact out trans kids. That is what we were in Cumberland for. I do think that this probably does need to be revisited. And as tough as that conversation is, and as scary as that conversation is, and as much time as it takes up, I understand, Mr. Gilman. It's tough and it has to be done. And I wish the best for the Westerly school system and for the new opening. And I do want to at least acknowledge celebration, but these are tough conversations that have to be had. For Ms. Wyckoff, I hope that you have the day and the life that you deserve. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Wood. I'm an attorney, and I've done a lot of work in the education sector. I wasn't going to comment tonight because I did see that you didn't have an agenda item that you were voting on this evening, although it ended up being kind of an agenda item that was voted on. And I didn't want to further attenuate what has been a painful and difficult conversation and a number of evenings for your committee. But I do want to and I also definitely did not ever want to discourage anyone from seeking an opinion from the Attorney General. I would never be so arrogant as to suggest that that should not be done. And I really appreciate the desire for clarity and finality on this issue that this committee is yearning for, and that I think a lot of others in the community are yearning for as well. I am here to share the bad news that that is not yet available. And I just wanted to bring clarity to what I'm sure your attorney, Nardone, has already told you, which is that the West Virginia versus BPJ case, yes, the Supreme Court ruled narrowly on one aspect of the issue that relates to transgender athletes' participation in sports. But on page 3 of the decision, in footnote number 1, so everyone can look at it, it's quite straightforward. Kavanaugh, writing the majority opinion, says, we're not deciding most of this issue in this decision, BPJ, because all we're saying is that the 27 states who have state law that permits the exclusion of transgender women in women's sports, they can do that. And the 23 states that is not their state law, and among them Rhode Island, states that permit the participation of students in the sports teams that are aligned to their gender identity can also do that. We're not opining on that today. We weren't asked to, it's not in the case, and we're not doing that. Then they, in the footnote, further exclude, we're not talking about trans men participating in men's sports. So the clarity and finality that I think everyone seeks simply isn't there. When we say the Supreme Court acts, that's because we as citizens have come to believe that when the Supreme Court rules on an issue writ large, that's the only thing they're going to take up. There are only a few dozen cases a year before the Supreme Court. 4 of them this year have related to transgender people. So I really encourage the committee to hold off. It is very, very traumatizing for an already marginalized group to see an agenda item that could call into question their participation more fully in activities in a school district. And I really understand the motivation to say, let's get this thing answered and done. But as a civil rights lawyer, anytime that a group that is fighting for its civil rights sees an item on an agenda that relates to their lives, they feel an obligation to be present. And that's going to happen over and over again. There will be several other Supreme Court decisions, as well as legislative and
That's great.
perhaps judicial action in Rhode
Thank
Island.
you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. I don't love to speak in these spaces, but I felt kind of called out, so I figured I would. 15 years ago, my niece, Jessica Alquist, challenged a Christian prayer banner painted on the wall of her high school auditorium. Committee member Peter Nero was the superintendent of Cranston schools at that time. My niece won her case, but lost her high school experience. Her life was made miserable by the people who ran that school system. The Kids First, All Kids policy did not include the sophomore atheist girl. That prayer banner was ordered to be removed, and it was, but it was safely stored away. I support that, by the way, because I see the prayer banner as a historic object, a symbol of a less enlightened age. Christian nationalism is, among other things, the imposition of Christian religious beliefs in otherwise secular public spaces. Claiming that you are going to reinstall a Christian prayer banner when the Supreme Court allows it, not mandates it, but merely allows it, is to impose Christian religious beliefs on students, including non-Christian students, in a secular space. That is what I meant by Christian nationalism. I stand by that, and I have no problem using that term in this case. It's very simple. I would also like to reemphasize that if you really don't want to be running around in circles on the issue of transgender, gender diverse, and transitioning student rights, stop putting it on your agenda. The people here did not put this on the agenda. The people who came from all over the state to talk about this did not put it on the agenda. That's in the seats that are sitting here. The people in those seats put this on the agenda. You invited this. And every time you do it, you're inviting this. So think about that before you do it in the future. If you don't want this kind of reaction, don't provoke it, because that's what you're doing. Nobody is going to sit there and quietly let their human rights be taken away. Whether it's the Supreme Court or anyone, they are not going to quietly let that happen. And I don't think anybody here would give up their rights gladly, happily, just because the Supreme Court said you're less than, or you're not you're not able to do these things anymore. You would fight that, you would be angry, and you would be right to. Thank you.
Hello again. I pretty much just wanted to echo what Steve is saying and refer to really what Mr. Killam and Mr. Nero were saying about, Mr. Killam, you were talking about, like, you want to start the school year. Yeah, that's what we all want to do, right? Like, none of us want to be here doing this. It's something we feel obligated to do. And I want to say also, trans students are part of your district, whether you see them there or not. Like it's not an issue that can just be swept away because you want to talk about something else. It's, like Steve said, it's something y'all are bringing up. Why bring it up if you want to not talk about it and just start the school year and talk about other things? You know? That's it.
So first of all, congratulations on opening a new school. I've been needed for a while. I've had, like I said, I've had family who go to Westerly schools and, it's been needed. It's good work. I hope you have a good school year and everyone is safe and has a good, and healthy experience. And that is why we came down, because an agenda item that reads like the first step of attempting to break a part of that school experience off for certain students was on an agenda in a spot that said, potential vote. So and when you say, I don't hear students talking about this, you're not listening to the right students. Because I know for myself, when I started even considering transition, and I transitioned at 30, over 30, I became much more cognizant of every piece of this in the news. Okay, I had to consider that. Is my, well-being as a person enhanced by looking at the way my body and mind don't quite match, and whether the feelings of you're going to be a 40-year-old man soon, that brings me existential dread, would be, are tempered more by doing this, or does that put my safety at risk? Okay. And this type of thing, this is the type of language that feels like outside pressure to try to get that worm in the apple, to break that little bit that makes everyone's life a little less unsafe, a little less safe. Sorry. I don't want to have to come to school committee meetings, but when items like this appear, we have to be cognizant, because it is what looks like the attempt to drive the wedge that starts fracturing not just, the health and safety of young people, but also people our age as well, because it's rulings that help push other anti-discrimination laws to be weakened as well in other places. It isn't just this. This is like the first signs, because, and I know I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Just a few quick things. Nero, you had mentioned that we shouldn't take this personally. That's very easy for a group of cis people to say when their rights are not being under attack. It's very personal for us. Show me some respect. Don't just talk over me. It's very easy to sit there and point fingers when your human rights are not under attack. You complain that we're all here. We don't want to be here. We're here because you keep trying to bring this stuff up and rehash old stuff. We're obligated to stand up for trans kids because they're the most marginalized group of children. These kids don't even have voices. Trans kids are so marginalized, they're not heard by any of you. Have any of you talked to trans kids about how they feel on any of this? Of course not. You don't even know any trans kids. Lastly, you are all public servants. You represent the public and you work for the public. Therefore, your behavior is under a microscope. You're supposed to set an example for society. If you don't like the public commenting on your behavior and your beliefs, maybe make your social media profile private, or better yet, hold better beliefs so they're not ignorant and hateful. Thank you.
Um, why do I only have 3 minutes? Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, address people who were rebutting after everyone talked and stuff. I think I heard things about like, oh, y'all are misinformed. This isn't a vote, or we got to follow the law, and this is a legal issue, not a personal issue. And I think that personally, it's up to the people whether or not they want to bring things up so that they become legal. And it's up to people personally whether or not they want to enforce the legality of things. And I think that it's a problem when people are hiding behind things that are quote unquote legal just because you write it down, and now all of a sudden whoever put that conversation up gets lost after that law is put up. Doesn't mean that you get to hide behind it after. Doesn't mean that you get to hide behind the motivation that you actually had. And I think that people were not misinformed about why this was punted in the first place. I understand that it was for clarity, and it sounds like there's a lot of internal division among all of y'all when it comes to the variety and diversity of your opinions when it comes to this. And that's why maybe you're kicking it up to the AG. But I think that it's a problem when it starts to become such an internal conflict that you are trying to you're jumping to get to some higher order authority, especially when that higher authority is going against people you don't like. And so therefore you're like, I can't wait for the SCOTUS decision, can't wait for the Supreme Court decision to deny some of the people I don't know, don't like. I can't wait to deny their rights. I think that's really weird. And again, you can't really, it's very disingenuous. People are not misconstruing this. An attorney came up here and acknowledged the fact that, oh, it's not a council vote, but then you still all voted on talking to the AG about this. And it sounds like you're like, please, 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 can we deny trans kids, or can we make them all play the sex they were born with and that kind of stuff. I feel like, say it with your chest, that kind of stuff. Don't guilt trip me. Don't say like, oh, because you made me angry and you made it personal and you called me out personally, now I'm gonna, stomp my foot and everything. Say it with your chest, I guess, but like, that's very disingenuous. I think that we all came here and said it with our chest. Why don't you?
And do a little minute, and then I'll do two of trying to add some additional information on the education front. But want to give a shout out to Leslie for all the progressive work with ARC that you do in a very conservative environment and trying to navigate that. I want to give a shout out to Phoenix for the courage it takes to stand up and say what you need to say when you need to say it. I want to give a shout out to Steve for holding people accountable. I think these are really uncomfortable conversations, but my hope today is that we can all see that sometimes some statements are a waste of time because, they're going to provoke us to come here and to really stop things from going far. And when I say going far, I mean like acknowledging Vic Miller, who was here but didn't even have the courage to voice his opinion because he's a coward, January 6th at that. But his name was mentioned. So I did want to acknowledge that he was here and he did not even have the courage to make a statement. And that's the nature of conservatism today in this country, that there are things that are being done to obfuscate, to undermine efforts of progress, but it's being done behind closed doors. So I took a minute and a half, or about a minute and 47 seconds for the last minute and 15 seconds here. I want to say, or sorry, I'm looking at that backwards. I wanted to say that in Providence, we actually just helped pass the state standards along with other districts for career and technical education artificial intelligence program. And Providence has one of the first programs. I just wanted to say that when you take all the stuff that doesn't matter off the agenda, you can fill it in with some really cool CTE AI program that Providence is setting the model for. Ricardo Pimentel is a director. It's starting from 9th through 12th grade at Mount Pleasant High School. And when we get to that issue, we can start to see that we need some restructuring around our Perkins loans to make sure that as we create these new programs, that cost sharing and funding mechanisms are all in place to make sure the kids have solid computer labs, workstations where their data is protected, and in a time where we're faced with infrastructure weakness. So hopefully that last minute's a little value. And for all the other minutes I've taken, I do hope that you can see that, you know, we're here today for a reason, and thank you for inviting us.
All right. Is there anybody else this time? All right, seeing none, so I will allow for any committee members who wish to respond. Oh, go ahead, Angela.
I'll be quick. I know we've all been here a while. I wanted to reiterate my thanks and gratitude for you all for showing up. And I appreciate the reframing that this agenda invited you here. I understand why you're here, and I'm glad you're here. I am a little bit confused by my own actions tonight, to be quite honest, as far as voting to advance this request to the Attorney General. So I'll just be honest that I'm imperfect and I'm here trying. And I don't think that was the right, I sat with it for 30 seconds or so, maybe less. And I don't think that's really where my heart told me to go and where my intellect knew I should go. I do know that this is part of our work here as school committee members, and it's valid and it's valued to make sure that all of our students are safe and supported. Someone read our mission statement back to us, and I was like, oh yeah, remember that? We read it ahead of every single meeting. And I think sometimes we forget to engage with the words, and we forget the meaning of the words when we say something over and over and over again. And hearing someone else say it, I was like, oh, that's it. That's right. All students feel safe, supported, and encouraged in reaching their highest potential. That's why we're here. And to be honest, the seeking of clarity from my perspective was about assuring that we could quiet the noise around keeping our protocol the way it is, and in fact, maybe even making it more robust as people and society evolves, hopefully. And I just wanted to make that clear to everybody here. Thank you for being here and for being you.
I do want to say thank you to everybody who spoke this evening. We do appreciate hearing, and as you said, this is our public meeting and we do open it up for comment. And on both sides, whether we agree or disagree with something that is said, we do open it up to hear from the public, and that's how we make informed decisions up here one way or the other. So I will thank everybody who spoke this evening and everybody who came here and sat through our meeting and didn't fall asleep on us. Maybe at home they did. So now, quick, take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion to second. All members in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? See you later.